in my time. Oh. Hmm. No problem.
Is that you ready?
Yes.
We're ready to do his plea.
Okay.
He showed you the apology letter. He said it was something service position. And he's had a death in his family. He's here. He's made it. We just need our agreement. Whenever you're ready.
I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Yes.
Thank you.
Speakers aren't working. Speakers. You have them muted or anything?
I have muted. Well, that's gonna be a problem. Then he can't. Then he has to mute his and talk through there so that it can come through that. See, I don't think.
No, I'm just trying to make sure the speakers.
Okay, well,
I'm just playing, just. My speaker.
Oh, good. Here.
Okay. Well, it's not the Zoom that's muted. I just can't hear any audio coming through our system speakers.
Thompson, do you remember her? So that she wants to watch more time with her mentally. Deanna Thompson is 20 History CR 7209.
Okay, let's see here. She was set for retrial. She appeared a few times with an attorney.
I don't show her as being set for your job. It's an arranged setting. Deanna.
Okay, wonder if we just got to put there, because this is a pretrial day or something.
They have.
this is really good.
It's only been listening a couple. She had recent email back in December. Yeah.
Ms. Thompson?
Well, no, it should, I mean, it should just be playing music through the speakers right now.
But the thing is the control. So
Yeah, but I'm not doing this through Zoom. I'm just trying to play any kind of audio. No audio is coming through the speakers.
that has nothing to do with Zoom.
Yeah, this is, yeah, unrelated to Zoom.
It's only this thing.
There's not like a mute button or something that we have for it.
I've got it all.
Try playing something else.
Well, I guess that's. why you're welcome.
Judge, is your mic powered on? Can you speak into it? That's probably okay. Well, and I don't imagine the judge will speak too much to the witness. So as long as everyone, that's an intentional delay because that was a test of it. Oh, okay. So speak very loudly. In the mic. As you often do.
From Friday's meeting. Probably the most accurate thing that's been written on the report about it is so this bar. Let's so just play by play in the movie, left out all the times that he said he did misled. Why are you making so much noise? You know, everybody can hear you do that, right?
Yeah,
I can hear it. I'm quiet. So nobody can hear it. Everybody said that Calvin just finished telling him he's leaving his other report and on his way.
When he gets here, we have several people to get through first.
Yeah.
Oh, before we do mine, do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's gonna be a minute.
I just need to call my victim about 10 minutes ahead of time.
Looks like he's already, no, that's Judge Leedy that's logged in up there, I guess.
Well, Calvin's coming here.
Your victim has to log in.
I know it. But I was gonna call him and tell him that he's 15 minutes away. I'm calling him, tell him now.
Tell him, go ahead and log in about 15 minutes. Because even when Calvin gets here, we're gonna have to get through some stuff. What do we do on trees?
He's supposed to take the free trial version.
Okay.
It's hard to be in this position. I know Lauren and Sylvia know what I'm talking about.
Lord, it's hard to be humble. I should probably mute this with us live streaming. scoot the laptop back. Now, your microphone with that device over there on the left. So you could leave it where it's at. Just want to mute the microphone. It should, because you have to speak into your speakers. So when you talk, just talk into that.
We approach.
Who's silent? Welcome to the courtroom.
But it's, you know, it's here, that's a good. He speaks to Spanish. Okay. Good, we have, but a partial illness on my side. I probably call him later. My client will agree that be in touch with the father will be named. Or the party to designate primary that. If they can't get in touch, we will want to know so I can get in. Oh, because you go ahead and get okay. I'm saying, they say, oh, yeah. He's calling, I'll get Angel who's translating. Absolutely, try it, we'll talk, because he wants to help us. All right. At that point, I think we need to get it.
Does we don't read anything other than the temporary orders that have already been put in place in terms of, the trial. Obviously, if there's anything regarding the service. So that was the point, should have been the point, it constantly that. So what we should do with James with my client.
Yeah,
being-
I can pull as long as we can screen share.
So we have no agreement regarding possession of access other than what's already been taken.
Yeah, I was recommending before, if you refer us to mediation and try to work that out.
I don't see an agreement taking place, so we gave the weeks though.
Yeah, don't mind. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. SCH. He's the one in Louisiana. What?
I'm not gonna have this.
Yeah. One. Was trying to show restoration. I'm not sure.
But you can go back and touch base with inmate.
Sure. Right every time, sir. It's been a deal, 100 days. Like that. No, because he's not been taken free. Oh. So I'm gonna think that's one. We'll wrap it up.
Oh, Kelly, you can't go back. Oh, she's gonna bring it. Oh, I thought you said this. All day.
Happening third.
Sorry, what? May 3rd, so Wednesday. I've got it. Please God.
It's, I'm ready.
That's on the Palmer, 2015 L, 6.5. Palmer, 9 o'clock. And on Monday, finish on Friday, I don't know when we would be able to resume. We have the whole day. So I'll just make a document. February state effect. Organization.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Right, just trying to see what we want. Calvin, I think you received that position.
Put what Calvin on what screen?
Well, Calvin's gonna be asking questions to the guy.
Yeah, he needs to get his laptop set up. Now, he can also just speak into the microphone and see the guy, but the guy won't be able to see him. That's up to Calvin to get here on time and set it up.
Sorry. Everyone. Can I go ahead and ask the judge to let the check in?
I don't know, Judge, do you have a ability to let the witness in to the Zoom meeting, or we want to wait to do that?
Yes, Charles Scheck.
I can't zoom out your camera for some reason. So you're just gonna be really zoomed in, just bear that in mind.
Yeah, I was going to push it back a little bit more. Trying to nice and thin.
Don't push it back any further than that.
So how do we get Charles on?
He has to unmute himself and turn his video on.
I need to call him.
I can message you.
Kind of hard to do it.
Delete that. On filter trees. No, he's already signed in, Travis. I would turn on his camera and unmute himself, or leave himself muted right now.
Where is this at?
Please turn camera on.
Yeah,
The same off that stage.
no.
But it then it's only if you agree. We decided what you were. Did everything? Okay. Yeah. What's the problem?
Calvin?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but why is that?
You're at the bottom. When you do it, you just press down.
Credit for time served on these two places for today. It's got like 100 plus days, 200 for 100. I'm leaving myself, but when you turn this camera on.
Yeah, I'm on both. Appendix.
All right, you got your camera now.
Have you?
I didn't do nothing down here. Camera's working?
Hello, yeah.
What's up? The hell? Okay, guys, you hear me?
Got an IT guy too.
Now I've got it muted, so we can't hear anything he's saying.
Well, why don't we?
Well, I don't want him going through the speakers. They're still in court.
I know. Judge, can we try to get our witness lined up?
Do y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear? Can you?
I hear y'all. I just want to make sure you heard me.
Right, we're just testing it, Mr. Scheck. Thank you for being with us, and we'll be back with you, or just sit tight for a second.
Okay, good. Yeah, I couldn't get my camera going. I don't know why. I must have had a loose connection. I finally got it going.
Okay, that's fine.
Mr. Scheck, we're gonna have our system muted, so even if you're talking, we won't be able to hear you. So if you
Okay.
need something, type it into the meeting chat there on your screen.
Chat. I'm not familiar with all this. I'll figure it out though. Go ahead. I see the meeting chat. Yes.
What do we say?
Is that Mr. Kane I'm looking at?
If he needs anything.
How come I got this?
I got you. Here you go.
If you need one, you know,
Anything. Just press enter. Sure. That is the one.
Well, I look to the right, it looks to the left.
Your screen is mirrored. Now try. Is that better?
Now, can you get us back on? Regular pages. Yeah.
I'm gonna turn your camera off because this is a live streaming. Really well. Okay, then with the system. Let's do it now.
Okay, do you have the pictures of them? Yeah, I was looking over now, number to be on to. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Needs to plug his computer in.
Yeah, till they get the paperwork ready.
Bear in mind, your audio, the microphone will need to be muted. If you want to be on the Zoom and just so the witness can see you. Otherwise, we can turn on camera to you. But for him to hear you, you're gonna have to speak directly into your microphone, okay?
Good, if I could just have a second to meet with my client. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay, Dan, you want to fix it up?
Yeah. Where do you? I was thinking.
Okay. That way it's easier to close out.
Check.
As far as community, Alex, you guys think we're to do. Where's he? Yeah, probably so. Harris County. And, hey, so. Probation. We may need to add that to it. Well, how do you want to write it on? I just. You just give job credit. Okay, so you'll put job credit on that. Okay. However they do it.
Yeah, we need to.
I gave one to Chad, I gave one to Cody Reese, and then I'll have one in here to offer you. Yeah, I think that's a no. Good luck. We'll be ready to track again next time. Yeah, I was gonna say that because I can only go and track all those.
Put in overtime. Far less sugar.
There you go. See those pictures of our victim. I agree. Our victim was. I agree with you. This is clear. It's off the fence. I'm going. We're going. Harold Jones.
Oh, yeah. Self-defense and defensive.
There's only one person there, everybody probably was scared of them. So one of them got a wheelchair. Are you ready?
No, whenever, if the judge is ready, I don't want to.
I'm ready.
So are we, Judge? On that wheel porch. Shopping. Would you please identify which Mr. Anderson you're
The guilty one.
Would you please identify? Thought we were trying to make.
Cause they brought, instead of them coming in at one, at 9, he came in at 1:30. There's a lot. Not the other name. Yeah. Hey. It's a, we don't make any fees.
But Andy's
I'm not making it
over there on
on
the
the
very
most
bench.
coach that I've ever done, they have to do half the time, but they've done well and. And then we're having a bench.
I would say a lot of times that's true. We'd say. Other stuff.
Spelling last name, B.
Well, that's not right. Bottom line. We don't have any objections going for the lines or anybody next to it.
Partially driving while intoxicated and things of that. I can find it out to you, any questions? And Mr. Anderson, understands his rights and that is right.
I did good.
State recommends 365 days of jail probation for 1 year. That he's. First, I'm sorry, couldn't be of my class, so they could retract him. Have, 90-day driver's license suspension. And a $15 video fee. $486.60 court costs that he was going to pay out. And you should have put your name for. And there's community service, I believe, 3 months community service and the state of the community credit for.
I don't want to touch it. No, but he can turn on Zoom and log in. He did it for years. He can do it now. No, I don't want to touch his computer without him looking at me.
Over to the, clerk to make a copy for you and then you leave the probation. Okay, thank you. Yep, yep. It's a Sunday.
Yeah, no, just, let me know. Or no. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we put my futures on, Houston, U of H.
Nobody again. Well,
Well, they got a man up there. Hold on a second.
And real quick, when Jeremy Sanders just went to process. I was never arrested when he charged. Just release him.
Yep.
Yeah, we signed for it. Yeah, this is just the appeal claim.
Oh, okay, let's just make sure.
No,
You
no.
wanna pick up that pen for him?
Yeah. No, I should know how to do that.
I know you did, but you haven't said that.
I'm just out.
Oh, I forgot about your back. Sorry. Don't worry, Philip's a lot younger than you, he's got one back pain. Roughly this.
Well, it's something about this. Not everything on the but then it wasn't bad. Now it really is that.
Might have been something to blame and sitting or staying for too long.
Although now that you stayed out of it, they can get the hell out of me.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you, well, this is a process warrant on Jeremy Sanders. After, he's not in jail right now, so when he's done pleading today, he's gonna have to go over to the jail, if you can give that to him.
Yeah, he just goes straight over, right?
Yeah. So. He put this copy. Did that. Digging in my yard. So going around. Both my. I learned how to fix it. That really. Yeah. It's too bad. Don't use. $17. So. I figured if I wasn't for the house.
Hey, come to our side, and I'll start dealing. On the good side. What is? Who's gonna be that? What? Who told you that? Well, I've always known it.
We're also feeding those, so that's the transport, the regular fee bargain, they understood everything is. They're trying to keep on this one. They need to be for- How much value? The second. That, when my best friend's father passed away. Okay, I don't think I'm hard things in the apartment. But everybody, people about
Stay.
then there is a then say. And that can take up $50 in small. He also got another seat. Because his old homestead.
Yeah, we're ready to plead them out. Oh, Ben's here. I don't think
You got it?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm telling. We're not ready.
I'll say it.
Once you understand what you was done, you're gonna write the trial by June. You just read it at front, cause the family.
I don't.
Right, and have to. Understand? Giving the right to trial by June. Or we did front and yeah, and you're right to appeal. Right. Maybe have a year to go finish.
All right. He's gonna have a seat.
Good call, you. This discovery. There is no saying that's fine. Here. And there's nothing on it.
So does he want me to get the papers, the plea papers?
I don't know.
You want me to get the plea papers for this one?
Yeah,
I was making sure the discovery form was done.
Okay, well, he's got a good sheet, right?
Something interesting? Garvey explained it all to me. Garvey explained, understands the rights and the waivers. Yes. For the waivers for the recommendation.
Don, today's recommendation is 100 days in jail with credit for 100 days previously served in both cases, along with payment of fines and fees and stuff. There should only be court costs assessed in one of those categories. Okay.
And now there's a fine. Yeah, I think they changed. One of the things about it's notice of interest. That one.
I have no objection to that. If we're-
Yeah.
Anybody got a calculator real quick? How long will it take? $800, $50 a month.
How long we set that one for next year?
It's like gonna be about,
June 24th.
we'll just say June.
Important caveat, there's people who said, although these recommendations resolve these two cases, we are currently in custody on 3 other charges. We won't be getting out today without this bond.
And on that one, Judge, we said that at the beginning of this year.
Yes, Judge.
And Mr. Anderson, that's your understanding? All right, so the follow recommendation, that you find guilty in both cases, sent you 100 days in jail, credit for 100 days served, that'll run concurrently. And then one case you'll start paying $50 a month in June this year, another one June next year. I didn't go back to the clerk because I didn't talk.
Here, Council. Yeah. Should be fine. Yeah.
Just give me a second. I gotta put that on touch. Good luck to you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, let me.
Mr. Sanders?
Yeah. I know. Okay.
No, he would give it tomorrow. He didn't give it tomorrow. Bye, Miles. No.
Bye, Mom.
Have a good day.
Bye.
There's-
As soon as I see it, I'll sign it.
And then this is what was in the file that I found my attention with them.
So what do we do on Cody Greaves?
Pre-trial judge.
We've got
Yes, sir. Well, we hope.
done for today.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's, Mr. Anderson, I think that's all you got. isn't it?
Yes, sir. I was gonna see how this hearing goes, if that was okay with you.
Done perfect.
You could be done. If you don't process on the one, it's gonna be. Go ahead.
Okay, read the, what do you got?
What's your group do? Open your Zoom.
You need anything for you?
Not if you don't take my IT mail with you. Bad drum set.
But I'm relaxing. Here they have one. I'm fun. Good, let's take that left.
Yes, sir. Alan went?
That whole meeting?
Yeah.
I was getting.
Alderis. Eric Alderis.
Oh, she received, he received free cover.
While we're waiting on something else, Mr. Wire and Mr. Church, you want to come up and give me the heads up on what you're gonna have to say? Okay. All right, yeah, so I think that with everything narrowed down, so maybe you need to know. Okay, so essentially what we have is Mr. Ball has planned a trip on a cruise. Because we just kind of see some type of itinerary for this cruise. I think we have enough time to make decisions. My client is going to be with us at our and this cruise follows. 8 years. Already has. I think it's another thing. Passport's all. No. He planned to leave home. That's why. We understand that, but there's an underlying issue. Yes. No, Natasha's my client. It's the child is Taylor. And Taylor's sister is not doing good. There's all interesting ones that are going. Okay. Taylor, yeah, she, or she knows that she going on the cruise. I believe her father has told her that her mother has never been discussed with the mother until just recently. And she just now received some type of itinerary. And it's been very concerned. Well, the older father said to issue actually had suicidal thoughts, and essentially she's not going, but we just have such a crunch for time. I know, so it just gets to the point. The older daughter's not going. Is the older daughter part of this at all? No. I don't need to hear about the older daughter right now. Okay, so with the mother is extremely fearful that something's going to happen to the younger child, just as the older child. And apparently, father just takes focus on the younger daughter and not focusing on the older daughter. Either physical abuse, mental abuse, where the child will not be physical by the father. Now, as far as we know, there's any physical abuse has been directed towards the older daughter, but previously it seemed the figures that he might have been choked, the daughter, and you'll have to confer with the daughter at a later date, and basically being ignored, just all that has been to the younger daughter, and the client is worried that he's grooming her, trying to move her away from other things. the other is as far as it is concerned?
The other issue that we have is that sister-in-law or former sister-in-law seems to be pretty kind of on the party scene and so on, and my client is not one. The child will be at sister-in-law's a former sister-in-law's house.
Where's that house?
It's in Katy, Texas.
Does that have anything to do with cruise?
Not the cruise. Okay, we'll throw that out then. Okay.
We're talking about a cruise, that's what I want to hear about.
Okay. Okay.
And the sister-in-law, nothing involved in the cruise.
As far as I know, we don't know who all is going on the cruise.
My client's remarried as well. And then a family friend. And a local company. And he was a friend of the company.
So, under the port accommodation for pay. I mean, it's staying and being in a room with the father and stepmother, the Larry, the fire center.
Before she runs off, now you're in agreement that both parents will submit to the family drug test. Okay, communication will be via family.
Yeah, we're just saying.
Yep, and then exchange and you're on out. If it's even, from the shop.
Understand the Russia has a fear of this, and that fear is based on.
Basically, it's what's happened to the older daughter. The older daughter has always been there, just kind of help the younger daughter. Keep an eye on
And he does a
it.
screen share.
Like they were previously on last over the summer.
Does it just take over the Zoom,
Location.
which is where
And
we have
no
a
matter what would happen, would be that father would be out in the river vacation. And the younger daughter would be on the bank, and she couldn't even water because it's swept away. She wasn't big enough.
essentially,
You know, there's bears, there were all kinds of stuff out there that's where they're at, and Papa was in the middle of here's one young, because my rushing water, if you ever went on the river, you know how loud rivers are. And so the father in my client's eyes, one, she feels that the father is purposely trying to drive a wedge between her and his father, or her and the mother. And in addition to that, she's punishing the older daughter, because the older daughter finally just said, was wrong. And that's what I was thinking. Well, apparently the father's into the party, maybe mother wasn't doing one time. But apparently he likes to drink a lot of smoke. And these children that much. And so there's a lot of, and that's the reason we're asking for a two panel to watch. My client has smoked pot in the past and maybe has up till this fall or whatever. But you know, currently that's not her lifestyle. She's out of it. And father, we believe is still participating in the movies.
What's that? To shoot that light. My side. I mean, it's not the same, that's all they need. You know, he didn't, you know, so what is that?
But they were gonna start.
But he never sent to you, or to like, or he didn't speak back to me, he said, "No, Mom, you know, just like this."
That's what the whole house.
If they're, small, they small.
Rooms and replaced everything. 1,800 and replaced it. That's it, this is in the budget.
Well, everything has a habit of working. I'll stay until it's still
Nice thing. See if you can find out. Rooms and Larry, Wi-Fi.
Judge, can we approach on that, please? You ready, pal?
You ready on Sanders? What's your son is doing?
Yeah, you fill in on your plea, so you can finish that. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna fill in judge on this plea, if that's okay.
Jeremy Sanders, they're charged with deadly conduct, how do you plead to that? No contact. All right, that's the only thing. You sign this? Yeah. Like you're already explaining it to me. Thanks. Do you have any questions about this?
Not really, no.
They're not really. Now's the chance, if you have any questions.
No,
Standards. Standards understand, right?
I do believe, for our experience, that he is knowledgeable and knows that he's a judge.
My fifth recommendation, maybe 3 days in jail. Serves a month.
Represent the next thing is sort of. This all represents the uncleanness of that.
You don't have to, you don't have to provide.
You have to go to the jail. Keep all your dealings with it. You have a question?
As they will just go to the jails right here to go do the process.
Processing, yes. And if you have the best thing, you drive there.
I had a ride up here that I was actually.
So you can walk up there if you want. You can tell her where to pick you up. Okay. And follow that recommendation. 3 days, you know, 3 days through the fine and cost $50 a month. So then go through the process. If you don't go through the process, it's still a warrant out for you. All right.
Yeah, it's literally just right there.
I gotta come over here to get my copy.
Yes, sir, right here. And then when you're done, Gail already has the warrant. You'll get a copy of it today. Just make sure you go.
Then I have to give them a question for one. I took care of it.
Yeah.
Are you ready on the third?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. In just a second, Judge, I'll be ready. Just a second.
I don't bring in control.
Secure driveway. 2.7.
Just I guess.
We gotta get more. The floor. And the roof on the thing. I put one hole in it. We got my pictures in there. It's crazy when the symbol last. It's not up to the nature of the floor.
Oh, crap. I just think I'm going, that's okay.
It's good for one.
You know Larry's last name?
James,
Okay. Yeah, you think, and what was he, was his
the
first,
first sergeant.
his first? Okay.
His last name is James.
Yeah, I got it. So it's more than two. No, I guess that's six. Here's this.
On the back.
No, it's base survey.
Because it's really good and kind
They're all there.
of down there.
These six, these two, three, three. Yeah.
Let me just come to check. Okay.
Go back, notice, you get the right side. I'm moving it up. When you write in the picture stuff, they're out school on the others, when they start sleeping, they're out school on. Okay, I'll do that. No, I'm gonna do it, you gotta be real.
They're not gonna give me one.
Why it's gonna go like that. The children, I'm thinking of birth, and she had to have some problem. But now I think pictures of it. Resend them, so obviously they did it on my computer. Well. And I think once that I'm gonna give them a note, maybe you guys see. If they get it, you think, those things, but it's not mentioned. Going back. First time you. Absolutely different, but I mean, they had to have something to find.
Eventually.
Parent. Saying. Yeah. This is international. I don't think we can get off the ship with. So. She doesn't have a passport.
It should come out. We just do one stuff, it's not it, it's not it, of course.
Yeah.
So it's like, so what it is, okay? So now this is, we do this in March, I'm here.
They could file LA. It's smaller. So now they go on the boat. Yeah, we're gonna walk on the boat. That's it right there. Yeah.
We didn't want that anyway, but
Right.
that's where you're gonna look for.
You're just gonna.
So to go to the higher than what you want.
Well, I guess.
Which is-
If the decree is silent.
Yeah, don't play around. And do that all that you want. California is gonna be all- So I just get it for a check. I think the other ones are cheated.
Is that what?
Yeah. Or that's what he says over there.
She said, screenshot on Zoom, screenshot of the shirt.
Now, remind me on. Go through the plea and suspend the waiver.
He has not signed the waiver, because we were waiting to see if he wants to take this time or probation.
What was the plea? So
We're-
kind of, we're gonna do
Jump-
restitution first. and-
That's correct.
But let me see-
Yes.
let me see that.
You never do before?
No. Yeah, it's been court file, not in there. Because we didn't want to strike out the probation or something.
You didn't want that.
Actually, I already struck it. Okay. I just did that.
No.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
so it's credit for time served.
right. If he pays the 4609.
No, it's gonna be
Upfront.
whatever the restitution is, but it's credit for time served.
Okay, all right, let's do it. You ready?
Okay.
Okay, so we need, we got on Zoom and. And pause and. Like quiet and forward, please.
Okay, Charles, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. Calvin, can you move your camera down a little bit so we can see more of your face?
So, are you gonna tell the witness then what's going on if I'm still muted?
Was it that you're talking through your microphone that's on? He should be able to hear you if you're gonna be going over the mouth system.
Yes, Judge, we have a microphone here on our table that should be able to pick you up as long as you talk through the speakers.
But not this one?
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's gonna be for everybody to hear.
All right, ready? All right, so this is cause number 20 CR 36330, the state of Texas versus Terry Schmidt. Have everyone out to be here.
Travis Kane, District Attorney.
Calvin Garvey, attorney for Mr. Smith.
Terry Schmidt, present.
Right, and Mr. Kane, who will be the witnesses?
What? Wesley Hall will be the first witness and then Charles Scheck for the state.
Mr. Garvey, do you have any witnesses that you know of them?
Dina Williams and Terry Smith. Oh, okay, I'm getting an echo.
Right, so if I can get those three people that are here, stand and raise their right hands and is it Charles Scheck?
He's the one on Zoom, Your Honor.
Also raise their right hand. Do you, each of you, and let me see. Let's see, three people, I thought I had four, so Paul, Scheck, Williams, and Schmidt. Oh, right in the back, okay. Do you and each of you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this cause be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Anybody want the rule in place?
Not the state, Your Honor.
I don't think it's necessary to, several of our witnesses are by Zoom.
All right, so Mr. King, what do you have?
Judge, we're asking the court to find that the restitution owed is the $4,609.
Mr. Garvey?
Judge, we believe a fair amount is somewhere around 800.
All right, so Mr. King, you call your first one.
Call Wesley Hall to the stand. Would you state your name for the court?
Officer Wesley Hall.
And Mr. Hall, I'm going to ask that you speak up loudly and clearly so you hear the questions, and also be sure and listen to the questions before you answer. Also, that court reporter there needs to be taking all your testimony down, so speak up loudly for her. How are you employed now?
Sealy IC Police Department,
And how long have you been a peace officer in the state of Texas?
right around 10 years.
Back in July of 2020, on July the 3rd of 2020, who were you working for then?
San Philip Police Department.
And did you have occasion to be called to a criminal mischief scene and some other alleged crimes in San Philip?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall where that was, the address of that place?
It was at. Can I look at my report?
Sure.
4610 Avenue A, San Philip, Texas.
And what county is that in?
Austin.
And what did you see? Or first of all, were you familiar with that residence?
I've
since been familiar with it. I've been to that residence several times on several different calls with several different parties.
Okay, and those other calls, were they before that time on July the 3rd of 2020?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
When you got there, what did you see?
There was a female complainant, and when I came in, the house was pretty tore up.
And who is the female? You know her name?
Gina Williams?
And is she in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And is that the lady in the back?
Yes, sir.
Got sworn in? And then did you know the other person who had been involved in that
At
situation?
the time, no, sir.
Okay. And was there anybody else there with Gina Williams at that time?
No, sir.
And what basically did you see when you looked at the scene?
Right when I walked in, the kitchen island was flipped over. There was various doors laid over that had been, it appeared they'd been kicked over, or kicked off the hinges. It was a pretty bad mess throughout the whole home and the shop. It's a barndominium, so the shop had a mess too.
Let me show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 1 through 7. Well, first of all, did you take some photographs of the scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
Let me show you what's marked as state's exhibit 1 through 7. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do those photographs truly and accurately depict the scene as they appeared that day or that
Yes.
time?
Yes, sir.
And who took those photographs?
I did, sir.
Right. Your Honor, we would offer state's exhibits 1 through 7.
The objection states 1 through 7.
No, I believe he's qualified, Judge.
States exhibit 1 through 7 or?
Now let's look at state's exhibit number 1 down on the right-hand corner in that red spot. And we're going to see if we can pull that up. You know what does that appear to be?
A door laying out in the yard.
And
These are the things that were scanned.
Okay. I don't think you're sharing it with.
Officer West of Officer Hall,
Yes, sir.
you see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That's state's exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that is for the court?
A door laying out right outside the front door, and I believe the other items, a coffee table, but I'm not sure at this time.
And did that door appear to have been ripped off the hinges at the front of the house?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to state's exhibit number 2. Okay, state's exhibit number 2, which should be in the middle of the screen. What does that show?
Kitchen island knocked over and various electronics like DVDs and CDs laying all over the floor.
There also appears on the right hand of the picture, there appears to be other matters, other items scattered out about all across the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to exhibit number 3. State's exhibit number 3. Officer Hall, can you explain what that is?
This was the window that the complainant had stated had been broken.
Exhibit number 4. Can you show or tell the court what exhibit number 4 depicts?
I believe this is a heater, and it just shows the front of the heater off of the machine.
And state's exhibit number 5.
Yes, sir. This is a door leading into a room, and the door had been, I don't know if it was kicked or punched, but it was knocked off of the frame.
As a matter of fact, on the left side, about in the middle of state's exhibit number 5, there appears to be the hinge with screws sticking out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the bottom of State's Exhibit number 5, it appears to be splinters of a molding or something. at
Judge,
the
I
bottom.
object to counsel testifying. He's leading the witness.
What is the item below the door that's laying on the bottom of State's Exhibit 5? You
A
know,
piece of frame, it would appear,
and to the left of that, what is that white object that's on the floor?
appeared to be paint.
And up about halfway up the door to the left of the door, is there some other white material there on the floor?
I believe it to be paint.
What kind of floor was that? If you know.
Concrete,
Now, State's Exhibit number 6.
this is the entranceway into the barn, I believe it was the entranceway into the barndominium. And this was just, items that have been thrown and scattered about.
And State's Exhibit number 7.
The same thing from a different angle, it's just items that are just thrown about and have been knocked over.
And who was reporting this information to you at the scene?
Miss Williams,
Okay, you know what her first name is?
Gina,
And that's the lady in the back of the courtroom.
yes, sir.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. This is the scene as it existed at the time you came there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever been to that scene before that day?
Before that day, I don't recall, this was several years ago.
Did you ever attempt to purchase that particular property?
No.
And so all you can say is the day you went there, this is what the property looked like.
Yes, sir. When I arrived on scene, is what you're asking, sir?
Yes.
Yes,
So you have no way, when you say this door was ripped off, you don't know when it was ripped off or how it was ripped off, do you?
correct.
So for all you know, that door may have been laying there a while.
I have no idea. I mean, from what I was told from the complainant is that the defendant had knocked it off out of anger, but that was
He had knocked off a door.
the multiple doors that were off.
You sure that she didn't say a door?
I mean, I don't recall it this time. It's been several years.
Okay. So the items that are on the floor, by the way, you said this whole floor is concrete, right?
He just asked what it was in that picture.
Okay. And so,
I couldn't testify to what the other floors look like at this time that are not the pictures.
were there multiple rooms or just one room?
That house has gone through so many changes with different tenants, and I've been to so many calls at it, I don't remember what it looked like at that time. to be honest
Okay,
with
so
you.
you actually have been there before.
After this fact,
Okay.
not for the same people in the courtroom as of today, other calls of service that I've been there for.
Okay, so when you went to other calls of service, did it look any different than it looks on here?
Yes,
Okay. But you don't have any opinion of what it looked like prior to you coming up there that day?
no, sir, I do not.
So if it had been in a state of disrepair before you came, you wouldn't know anything about that?
Correct.
And give me just a second, Judge. Did you ever meet with the owner at the premises?
I don't believe I've ever met the owner of the premises. I spoke with the owner several times via telephone when I was still employed with the police department there.
But no matter how many times you went out there, you never talked to the actual owner?
I spoke with him on the phone.
No, I'm saying he never actually came.
In
and said-
person? No, sir, I don't believe I've ever met him in person.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Officer Hall,
Yes, sir.
based on the information that Ms. Williams gave you, and if you'll direct your attention to about the middle of the page 4, I believe of your report,
Yes, sir.
she said, Mr. Schmidt.
Judge, I'm going to object to that as hearsay, not within an exception.
Judge, if Mr. Garvey has opened the door to this, line of questioning when he asked what he knew about before and what he knew that night, or how long the doors had been knocked off?
No, I asked him about the premises, which he did testify to. Is there something in the report that he can refresh his memory about?
Yes. Refresh your memory, if you will, Officer Hall, about the fourth or fifth paragraph down about where Miss Williams stated.
It says Ms. Williams stated.
Wait,
Just read it to yourself at this point.
Okay, I apologize. The complainant had told me when I arrived on scene that the defendant had done the damage.
okay. Did she tell you specifically about 4 different things that he did? According
Yes, sir.
to you? All right, do you remember after reviewing your report, do you remember what those things were?
That he had flipped the kitchen island over, that he had destroyed some of the furniture in the home, that he had broke the window, and that he had ripped the doors off frames.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions. Anything else for Officer Hall?
No, we asked him to stay if he would.
You can just step down, but you're asking me not to leave.
Just leave the exhibits up here.
Yes, please. All right, next.
We call Charles Scheck by Zoom, Your Honor.
Hello?
Mr. Scheck, is that you that just said hello?
Yes,
All right. Okay, you may proceed.
Mr. Scheck, would you state your name for the court reporter and for the judge, please?
Charles Scheck,
And how do you spell your last name, sir?
SCHECH. The H on the end is silent.
And where do you reside?
I'm in Folsom, Louisiana.
And you own property in Austin County and San Philip?
Yes,
And is that the property that was just described and the pictures were shown? Is that correct?
yes.
All right. And what kind of shape was that building or that barn dominium in before? Well, first of all, who did you rent it to back in July or a little before of 2020?
Mr. Smith,
You rented it to Mr. Schmidt, and was there a female involved also?
yes, it was Miss Gina Smith. I believe that was the wife or girlfriend, I'm not sure.
Okay. And what kind of shape was the house in when you rented it to them?
The house was livable but needed some repairs, and I made an arrangement with them to do some minor repairs as part of their rental payment to me. I was going to reduce the first month's rent enough to compensate for the repairs that they were doing.
And did you provide them with any material that they could use when they were redoing or working on the inside of the house?
Yes, I have a friend that dropped off a couple 5-gallon buckets of paint. The one room needed some painting, and they were going to go ahead and do some painting for me. And
And go ahead.
I can't remember if there's any other items that were delivered. There were some wood pieces and stuff that I think was delivered. I'm not sure.
And were you contacted about some damage having been done to that house?
Yes,
And were you able to see some photographs?
yes, those are the photographs that I saw that the
Okay.
officer took for me and sent to me. I was horrified.
And was any of that damage done before they had moved into that house?
No, no, the place was was livable, but it needed some repairs. But none of that destruction was like that. The doors were not ripped off, the hinges laying on the ground. None of that was like that. The big shop area did not have that tremendous amount of garbage and those blue and gray tubs that was in those pictures. They weren't upside down and scattered all over the place. The window wasn't broke. And if you look at the kitchen sink, in one of those pictures, if you zoom in on it, you can see the kitchen sink faucet looked like you took and ripped it forward and bent the whole sink and the faucet into the center of the sink.
And was there any paint that had been placed on the floor?
Yes, one of the buckets had been either ripped open, thrown, or torn open. I don't know how, but there was a paint on the tile floor. As you come in the front door, there's a large area right there. And there was paint all over the place right there inside, not too far inside of the door, some wet paint.
And did you have an occasion to get an estimate from a contractor about what this would cost to get it fixed?
Yes, I did.
And let me show you what's been, did you provide a copy of that to me in the past?
Yes, I did. I believe it was $4,609 is the estimate I sent you in the past. It was a couple of years ago now.
All right, let me see if we can pull up a copy of that has been marked as State's Exhibit number 8. And give us to, there it is. Can you zoom out on it for it?
Yeah, and that's my handwriting on the top.
And is that the estimate that you had gotten from a contractor for the repair of the house?
Yes,
And did you feel like that's a fair price?
yes, but I will say that he probably included a couple $100 extra for painting one extra room in that estimate, which he did not know. But other than that, yeah, that's exactly right, because there was a lot of trash pickup and cleanup and furniture that was in there that needed to be destroyed and gotten rid of, because he had destroyed the furniture too. Some of the furniture it wasn't much, but I had a few pieces of furniture in there.
That was furniture that had been in there before, that it was owned by you,
Yes,
and that furniture was also destroyed?
yes,
And so are you asking the court to determine restitution to be the $4,609?
yes. There was a few things that he missed on this estimate as well, but other than that, that's exactly right.
Okay, sir. Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibit number 8, the estimate that Mr. Scheck was just referring to.
I'm not gonna object to that, Judge. We do dispute it, but I'm not gonna object to it. State's Exhibit 8 is.
You pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. You said that you rented this property to Mr. Smith.
Yes,
Okay, and when you rented it to him. Let's see, something stuck on the screen here. Can you move your thing off the screen?
The State's Exhibit 8.
Okay. So, you rented it to him. Did you physically come down and rent it to him?
I did not physically go there. I had a friend bring a key. He's dead now. He died in a traffic accident, probably about a year later. But he took care of doing what needed to be done for me over there.
Okay, so you actually didn't see the premises on the day that Mr. Smith moved in?
Not that exact day, but my friend took pictures and sent them to me before he moved in. Because I have other rental properties, and I've always made sure that I know the pictures before somebody moves in.
Now, your assessment is that there were minor repairs that he was gonna do.
Yes,
Okay, so what was the amount of the rent, if you remember?
I believe it was $600 or $650 a month.
Okay, and that was based on him having to do some repairs.
Yes.
Okay, and you mentioned painting. What other repairs did he have to do?
I believe there was a couple floor tiles missing, and I was going to get him to do that. And there was something else. I don't remember the exact, it wasn't but 2 or 3 items, but I brought paint and I had a couple floor tiles there. So I know those are the 2 things, but the floor tiles got ruined with all the paint that he dumped on it. The existing floor, I mean, got ruined.
Okay, but the existing floor needed repair, is what you're saying.
Those were floor tiles, and there was a couple floor tiles that were missing. So the existing floor was fine, except the few tiles that were missing on the other side of the room, actually.
So how old was this property?
The building itself, this was my mom's property. To honest with you, I don't know how old the building was. And my mom's in a nursing home, and I'm taking care of it for her.
Okay, so it was quite a few years old.
I would say at least 15 or 20 years old.
Okay. And so you mean to suggest, and so were you coming by doing repairs periodically?
Oh, yes, every once in a while I would go by, anytime they need to be done, I would do some repairs on the building, and there's also a house behind it. I would take care of the house as well on the property.
Okay, so how often would you come by to work on this?
I would come by at least 2 to 3 times a year. I kept a good eye on it because there's other property I have in Texas as well, in Brenham, in fact.
Okay. And you said it was livable, but it needed some repairs.
It was
That's
livable,
your
it needed-
words.
I did. I said it needed some minor repairs.
So is that the original flooring?
No, it's not.
Okay, so when did you change the flooring?
I had another tenant in the building prior to that, just probably about 2 to 3 years prior, that had put the floor down. And it was it's that commercial grade vinyl flooring, 12 by 12 floor tiles, very heavy duty stuff.
Okay, so when you say, excuse me, raw repair, you said several living areas, and you used that word several times. Several living areas. So are we talking about you were repairing the whole house?
I'm not understanding the question. I'm just saying there were some minor repairs to the living quarters of that property on
No,
that building.
the estimate here says that as far as the drywall repair, it says
Oh.
several living areas.
The estimate, you're referring to the estimate. Yes, I understand what you're saying. That was strictly the living area on that property. Yes.
Okay. And then you have, looks like two different estimates on the drywall. You have a $1,200 paint estimate. And $1,800 on the flooring. So I'm just curious, $1,800 worth of flooring, how much flooring are we talking about?
That whole area where you see the island in that kitchen living room area, the island is turned upside down in the middle. That is a large area. They had to go in and scrape with hand muscle to scrape that floor. That was the largest part of the labor to get that up, clean the floor, and then reapply any type of adhesive to put that back down. So if you get a price on a floor that the size of that room, it's not cheap.
Okay, but they didn't replace the whole floor, they replaced that section, correct?
No, the whole floor, because you can't match the vinyl. You can't match those tiles 2, 3, even 4 years old. I mean, you can't even match them anymore. So they have to take it up because there was paint spots all over the floor that you couldn't even get up unless you ruined the tile to get it up.
Okay, and so that floor was perfect when they moved in, is what you're saying?
The floor was perfect except for a few pieces that were missing. And that was in the kitchen area. It wasn't even in the area where they damaged it with all the paint. And then in the kitchen area where they turned the island upside down, it gouged the floor and ruined several more pieces there.
I passed the witness.
Mr. Scheck, did Mr. Schmidt or Gina ever complain to you when they moved in that the house was not livable?
No, they were very happy with it the way it was, and very happy that I was willing to work with them a little bit on the rent to do the little minor stuff that needed to be done. They were very happy with that.
Did they ever complain to you about things that were needed repair for them to move into it?
None other than the things I've agreed for them to fix and supplied the paint and things. No, there was never any complaint. There wasn't there, but I guess a few weeks at the most, huh? I can't remember the dates, but it wasn't that long.
All right. Thank you. We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Carter?
No further questions of this witness.
And one thing I wanted to clear up, I thought I heard you say that the estimate that you got also included for about $200, a couple $100 for painting.
Yeah, when the estimate was made, he went ahead and included a couple $100 extra worth of painting work that was needed to be done anyway. That was not part of the damage.
And then was there also a $200, was that the labor and the materials?
Yeah, that was labor and materials, just a small area that didn't need to be done.
All right,
Just trying to be as honest as I can with this whole deal for him.
all right, thank you. Mr. Kane, anybody else?
No, state would rest, Your Honor.
Mr. Carter?
Yes, Judge, we call Gina Williams.
Good. If we may, can we ask Mr. Scheck to mute his microphone?
Okay.
Yes.
That's good.
Would you state your name for the record?
Gina Williams?
Ms. Williams, are you married to Mr. Smith, Terry Smith, who's here before the court?
I'm not.
Okay. So y'all were living together?
We were engaged at the time.
Oh, okay. Now, to cut to the chase, we're talking about a property that was involved in an incident that's now before this court, correct?
Correct.
And you were there at the time.
Correct.
And while you were there was some damage done to the property, correct?
Correct.
First of all, did you have an agreement with the landlord to fix the property?
Yes.
And you were there from day one,
Correct.
you and Mr. Smith?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell the court what that agreement was?
They were to help fix this property and return for lower amount of rent.
Okay, so you've heard him say there were just some minor repairs.
Correct.
Is that correct or not?
It is not.
Okay, so tell me what kind of repairs you were expected to do.
We talked to Mr. Charles about ripping up the floor in the master bedroom as it had mold growing underneath the floor. And I had my 2 children at the time, so it obviously wasn't livable to have the mold in the house. There was already some holes in the sheetrock. We discussed about replacing. We had gotten sheets of sheetrock to replace and then mud stuff to do it. I mean, there was various different things. The counters had mold growing on it. I'm assuming from the previous tenant, if that home was not cleaned before we moved in.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you physically meet with Mr. Scheck?
I did not.
Okay, so when you moved in, did you see him anywhere?
I did not.
Okay, during the time that you were living there, did you ever see him?
I did not.
Did you tell him about, this is a little bit more than we thought we were gonna have to repair?
We did.
Okay, what was his response?
I don't remember right off the top of my head. I don't want to.
No, if you remember, if you don't remember, you don't remember.
It was going to be further discussed as the home. I mean, there was a lot more extensive damage, I think, than what Mr. Charles had realized.
Now, did you buy any materials, you or Mr. Smith buy any materials to fix the house?
We did.
What did you buy?
We bought sheets of, sheetrock. The powdery stuff in a bag. I don't know what that is. Various home fixtures to go into the home.
Like what?
A light fixture. There's another chandelier light fixture. We bought different, plates to go around, the light switches and the outlet. We bought several different outlets because the outlets needed to be replaced.
How was the floor?
They're horrendous.
Okay, can you describe to the court what the floor was like?
There was mold growing over the floor. There were certain tiles missing up off the floor, correct. It was just filthy.
And during the course of your living there, well, let's start with the exhibits up there.
There's like a judge's bench.
If I may approach the court. Okay, what I want you to do is go through exhibits 1 through 7. Right here, and tell me which of those things existed before the date of the incident.
Before,
Yeah,
okay,
let me sit down so I can go over with it. Okay, so exhibit 1.
Look at the screen.
Yeah. Okay, this door out in the yard. Was that the door from the incident that night?
it
Huh?
is,
Okay. And were there 1 or 2 doors that were destroyed that night, that were taken off the hinges?
2.
Okay. Okay, can we go to exhibit 2? Okay, now what about this particular area? Is this an area that y'all trashed, or was this like this when you moved in?
The items were not there when we moved in. Damage wise, the island. You can see some paint on the left-hand side of this picture.
What about that ceiling? Was the ceiling like that when you moved in? Sagging like that?
Sagging, yes,
Okay, and the items that are on the floor on either side, were any of those there when you moved in?
no,
Okay, let's go to number 3. And of course, you conceded that the window was broken that night.
correct.
Okay, number 4. Okay, what's in this area over here?
A lot of personal items. And then on the top of the personal items, you can see the faceplate that had popped off of the heating element.
Okay, did y'all do that, or did it come, or was it already off?
It was already loose as it was. One of my kids actually run into it and it popped off.
Okay, now, just so the court is clear, was this a house or a building?
How are we defining a building? It was a house with 2 different entry doors in the front, and adjacent on the side was a door that would lead out into a metal barn establishment with roll-up doors.
Okay. Okay, let's go to number 5. Okay, what about number 5? Is one of those the door that we're talking about?
It is.
And this is, what room is this, by the way?
I do believe this is the room as you're going through the living room, you walk through this room to get into the outside of the barn structure I was telling you about.
Okay. Now, the items that are in that room, were there items that y'all brought there or were they already there?
Minus the door, those were personal items.
Number 6, please. Okay, let's talk about this area. Now, is that the ladder is a tool that y'all were using?
Here on the floor, I believe it was a blanket hanger. It was a decorative piece, I believe.
Oh, which looks like a ladder?
It does, yeah.
Okay. And what about the other stuff, the tubs and stuff like that? Was that stuff that y'all brought or was it already there?
It was stuff that I brought, the next to the blue tub, you can see some of my kids' belongings.
Now, to be clear, y'all had basically just moved in, correct?
Correct,
So y'all were still unpacking.
absolutely.
So when Mr. Scheck says that things were all over the place, that was because y'all had just moved in, correct?
Correct,
And you have kids.
yeah,
Okay, so these things here are not damages or anything like that. That's just the stuff that y'all brought in that y'all were unpacking.
correct.
Number 7. And this is another angle of the same thing?
Correct.
Okay, and so this is a pretty big front room, correct?
This is actually in that barn structure I was telling you about.
Okay, so we're actually in the barn now?
Correct. Exhibit 6 and 7 are in the barn.
Okay. So this area here, what you see now is not actually in the house,
No,
that's actually in the barn.
correct,
Okay. So when they relate to this, this is not even in the house.
correct.
So y'all were using the barn for part of your storage.
We were just moving in.
And just for purposes of the court, how long were you actually in the premises?
2 or 3 weeks, maybe 4. I mean, it wasn't very long.
Okay. And about how long were you there before this incident occurred?
I mean, I was probably around the same amount of time,
Basically 2 or 3 weeks.
right?
Okay. Let's go to number 8, please. Okay, so you see the repairs that he's claiming had to be done.
Correct.
Does that make sense to you?
No,
Okay. Which of those repairs do you think were repairs that he would have had to done anyway? And how much do you think he actually did in repairs?
start with this top. There was one hole that happened in the drywall that night. So I could see one of the drywall repairs. The paint, I wouldn't say, I would say no, because the house wasn't painted as it was. I mean, there was existing paint on the walls, but it was in pretty bad shape as it was moving in. The flooring as well. Like I said, we had gotten permission to scrape up the tile in the master bedroom, given the mold that was growing underneath the tile.
So basically what you're telling me is a lot of this stuff was stuff that he was supposed to do anyway.
Yeah.
And the flooring and stuff were stuff that y'all were charged with doing anyway as part of the deal, correct?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. He's leading the witness.
Okay. Can I ask you, was any of this stuff that you had to do, that had to be done anyway?
I mean, to make a livable, decent home, yes.
Okay, were any of these things were things that you had discussed with him about getting repaired?
No, you really didn't go into discussing, quite honestly, in the beginning of what exactly needed to be repaired. He just did say that there were minor repairs that needed to be done. You know, it was kind of like, help me help you, I'll lower your rent, you help me with your labor kind of situation. But he never specified as far as what exactly needed to be done.
Okay, so in your observation, when you came in, what did y'all think needed to be done?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yes,
The whole house needs to go. It's not a livable home.
okay, but you were there, you had agreed to fix stuff. What did you think needed to be repaired?
The floors need to be redone, the house needs to be, you know, cleaned for mold, and house needs to be cleaned, period. There were certain holes in the walls as there was, the outlets needed to be done, the ceiling needs to be replaced because it was swaying and, there were several different fire hazards already. The fridge needed to be replaced. The handle on the oven wasn't even on there, so I had to, couldn't really use the oven because I had kids, so.
Okay, so just to be clear, what damage do you believe Mr. Strint did that night?
There was a window that was broken.
Okay, so we got a window.
There were 2 doors taken off the hinges.
So let me ask you this, when you say taken off the hinges, are we talking about ripped off the hinges or unscrewed and taken down?
They were ripped off.
But the hinges remain
Correct,
in place.
correct.
And the flooring always had to be repaired. Did the building, if you know, need any paint?
The interior of the building?
Yes.
No, it was a wooden frame 2x4 building.
No, I'm saying, did it need any paint?
No.
Any painting?
No.
Well, wait a minute, weren't there holes in the wall already?
Are you talking about the inside of the interior of the home, or are you talking
Yes.
about the interior of the barn?
The home,
The home, yes, it needs to be painted.
and that was when you moved in?
Correct.
So as I understand from you, you're talking about damage to window and 2 doors. And is there any other damage that you perceive that he did?
There was one hole that was from a paint can on a wall.
Did that wall have any other holes in it?
I'm not sure about the hole. Can I look back on the pictures?
Yes.
I'm not sure about specifically a hole, but there were, you know, imperfections in the wall. You can see, on exhibit 2, is the wall I'm talking about on the left, where the broom is standing up against the wall. You can already see where there was minor, I would say that's a patch where a previous hole may have been. You can see where the baseboards were taken off. I mean, it all needs to be repainted.
Okay.
But no, besides that pretty mark.
Let me take you to exhibit Exhibit 1. Exhibit 6, I'm sorry, defense exhibit 6.
Oh,
It's or states exhibit 6.
No, defense. Okay. Do you recognize that photo?
Can we share that with us?
Yeah, you should have it. You don't have it? I thought. Sorry, I thought I sent that to you.
You have to do a screen share, Mr.
Oh, okay.
Judge, if I may, are Laura and Sylvia free to go if they want to?
Yes. Just have the sheet.
What about now? Do y'all have it down?
Yes.
Okay. So do you see that now?
Yeah.
Defense exhibit, proposed exhibit 6?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is that a picture of?
It is a picture of a hole in drywall.
Okay, is that a picture from the night of the incident or prior to that time?
Prior.
Okay, and does it accurately reflect the scene as it existed at that time?
Yeah.
And this was near the time that you moved in?
Correct.
Judge, I'm gonna offer that as an exhibit.
Any objection to defense number 6?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
And 6 is admitted.
Okay, so this hole had to be repaired, correct? That was one of the repairs, those so-called minor repairs that y'all were gonna do.
Correct.
That. Awesome. I'm new to this, Judge. Not. Let's see, where did I go? Oh, there's Travis. Okay. Let's go to exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
No.
What is that a picture of?
That would be a picture of the flooring prior to the incident with a dryer hookup.
Okay. So you identify this as a picture of the floor that existed at the time. And just for clarification purposes, what room was that?
The kitchen, dining room. It was adjacent.
Okay.
to that.
Okay, so does it accurately reflect the scene as it existed at that time?
Correct.
And for purposes of record, this was prior to the incident?
Yes.
Judge, I would offer defense exhibit 5 as evidence in this case.
Any
No,
objection?
no objection, Your Honor.
Defense 5 is admitted.
Oh, okay. There's the stop share. I go back. Mr. Garvey, you need to mute your your microphone on your Zoom.
Oh.
What?
I need to move it.
Mute.
Oh, okay. Okay, Jesus. Okay. Defense exhibit, proposed exhibit D3. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that a picture of?
It's a picture of under the sink.
And was that when you moved in?
It was,
And this was prior to the incident that's the subject of this suit,
correct.
this case? Share. Okay. That's not coming up. That is. I lost it. Anyway, the point is, this place needed more than 1 or 2 repairs.
Correct.
And you're representing to the court that the only damage that you could count to are the window, the 2 doors, and turning over the island.
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Williams, on the state's exhibit 1, what is that brown thing on top of the door that's been ripped off the front of the building?
Say it one more time.
I'm sorry?
Say it one more time.
What is this brown thing that's on top of the door on state's exhibit 1?
My coffee table,
Where had that coffee table been before?
right outside the door.
Now, what do you do for a living?
I'm an account specialist.
An account specialist? Is that what you said?
Yes,
And were you doing that at the time this occurred?
was not.
Okay, what were you doing then?
I worked at a high school.
Okay, and what did you do at the high school?
I dealt with mentally disturbed children.
Now, the night when this happened, first of all, the photographs that the lawyer, Mr. Garvey, showed, when were those pictures taken?
June 20th.
Okay. And did you send those pictures to Mr. Scheck in Louisiana?
We did.
Okay. And was that part of the negotiations that went through about the repairs y'all were going to make?
I hadn't gotten that far into it. That was between Charles and Mr. Schmidt.
But y'all had already moved into the building.
We did.
And the building we're talking about, it's a barn dominium with a living area, and then the back part is where the barns were in states exhibits 6 and 7. Is that correct?
Say it one more time.
They were what?
Say it one more time.
The building that we're talking about that y'all rented
Mhm.
was a barn dominium that had a living space and then had a back space that's on states exhibits 6 and 7 that show the things back in the back part. Is that correct?
If you want to call it a barn dominium.
Now, did you clean this stuff up before you moved out?
I did.
And when the attorney was asking you about, did Mr. Schmidt break the window, you said yes. When he ripped several doors off the frames, you said yes.
Mhm.
What about, he didn't ask you about flipping,
Yes, no.
what about flipping the kitchen counter island over?
The island wasn't stable as it was, but it was flipped,
And who did that?
Mr. Schmidt,
And then who destroyed the furniture?
Mr. Schmidt.
Okay, and do you know why he did that?
No, I don't.
He had been drinking that night
Mhm.
and he took some of your items,
I'm
correct?
sorry.
What's your answer?
Yes, he was.
And he took some of your items and left, didn't he?
He did.
What did he take?
My car,
And what else?
he had possession of my pistol, which was in my
Judge.
car.
I'm not sure that's relevant to the restitution issue.
What?
Mr. Kane?
I believe it's relevant to the character of these people, Your Honor.
Excellent.
You took your pistol also, didn't you?
It was already inside the vehicle.
And you reported those items as stolen, didn't you?
I did.
And then, had you ever done any repair work yourself? And repair work in a home, have you done that kind of work before?
No.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Well, this witness, can we bring up, exhibit, Stacy exhibit 8.
What, Your Honor, what was that number?
8.
So scroll down a little bit. So Ms. Williams, was there anything on there about the ceiling?
No. Unless, I mean, he's considering that the drywall repair.
Scroll down the rest of the way. All right, thank you. So Ms. Williams, you can take your seat. And Mr. Garvin.
Here's. When you state your name for the record.
Terry Dawson.
Mr. Smith, you understand that we're here on the issue of restitution. Correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that Mr. Sheik has said that you owe him $3,609.
I would object, Your Honor. I don't believe that's correct. I believe it's $4,609 in the estimate. It has $1,000 deposit that the victim had to make. So the total amount is $4,600.
Judge, with all due respect, it says balance due $3,609.
Just look at exhibit number 8 and I'll consider what's listed there.
Okay. So you've seen this document.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go step by step. What do you disagree with about this document?
Very tall, sheet drywall repairs, several repairs in the living area. Okay, first off, this is not a barndominium. These are two separate buildings. The barndominium has a house built inside the barn, not separate on the outside. So the house is separate, it's split up. There's a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, and it's got a door that goes through. He considered the other half as an office to the steel building. And it's got a makeshift bathroom in it with an oversized bathtub. I mean, the house is pretty janky. It was pretty much just like slapped together.
Okay, well, let's go
On the
specific.
drive where it says secure drywall tape and float, 2 coats, sand twice. If you go through all the photos that we took when we moved in, there are so many spots that need to be taken and loaded. I purchased 8 feet of sheetrock and we put the sheetrock on the ceiling.
Okay, where did you purchase that sheet?
We purchased it from Home Depot.
Home Depot and Katie?
Yes, sir.
And did you ever start on any of that repair?
No, we were just getting moved in and everything else. We were trying to, set up, get the bedroom set up so we could get our bed in there. And that's whenever I found the black mold underneath the linoleum flooring, because the house, the actual foundation sits down below the grading of the dirt on the outside, so when it rains, the water sits back on the house. And it's causing rotting at all the subframe all the way around the house.
Okay,
So
well,
that water's-
let's start with the, okay, so you object to the 645 of the drywall?
For one sheetrock hole that I put in the wall, got it, okay. $250 for a single sheetrock repair, tape, texture, float, and paint to match. When the whole house needed to be painted,
Okay, have you ever did any repairs on houses before?
I've been doing repairs on houses once in a while.
Okay. And have you had to buy materials for those repairs?
Yes, sir.
And so you are familiar with what it takes to repair the drywall repair or anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just so the court is clear, what do you think is a fair estimate if that had to be done?
For the damage that I did or for the whole house?
Yeah. I'm saying, you're saying that you didn't damage the drywall, or you're saying you put a hole in it, but you didn't?
The hole that I put in the drywall,
Yes,
what do I think is fair?
yeah.
The going rate is anywhere from $150 to $200 per repair.
So you think that item should say 250 or 200?
250 max. That's up in an upscale neighborhood.
Okay. So let's say for the sake of argument, 200. So instead of 645, you would say 250.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about the drywall repair, matching the texture coat with drywall primer?
That would be included with the single repair for $250.
Okay, so you
Because
think,
that would be secure. See, he's got secure drywall tape and glue, 2 coats.
so you would put all of that together, items 1 and 2 together to come up with 250?
Yeah, because I would have to make a patch, I would have to tape it and float it, then I'd have to sand it, and then I'd have to float it again and then sand it again, so you gotta let it dry for, it depends on if you're using 20-minute mud or it's gotta sit overnight. You come back, you sand it, you float it again, that way it matches smooth.
So how much would the individual,
The
what's the
repair
total?
total of 250, those 2 lines would be included for 1 repair.
Okay, what about the labor? That would be included in the 250?
Yeah, that would be the labor and the cost of the material is a 2x2 batch, 2 foot by 2 foot max.
Okay, so now let's talk about the paint.
Okay,
It says throughout the living area. And again, we refer to secure drywall, tape, float, 2 coats, sand twice. So if I look at item drywall repair at the top,
okay,
and I look at paint, and I look at the description, are the descriptions identical?
yes, sir.
So would you say that he's charging twice for the same thing?
Yeah, considering if you're gonna secure drywall, tape and float, that's work to paint. That's something you do before painting.
Okay,
The painter does not do the drywall work, the drywall guy does the drywall,
okay.
unless the guy does all the
So,
other.
so what I'm saying is, in the description, he says, secure drywall, tape and float, 2 coats. When he says 2 coats, is he talking about 2 coats of paint?
No, he's talking about 2 coats of mud on the drywall,
Okay,
because it says sand twice.
okay. So then when he comes down, he says the same thing, secure drywall, tape and float, 2 coats, sand twice. Is that a duplicate job or is that an additional job?
That's a duplicate description of a drywall repair, not the description of what it takes to paint. Because if you were to do the description of paint, you would say tape off baseboards and excess trim, paint this color, then in turn, tape off the
Okay.
walls to paint your baseboards and trim.
So if the individual had to do that, would it cost $1,200
In a house, the whole house, yeah,
if they were painting the whole house?
ceiling, wall,
sure, yeah,
but not just the drywall.
no. I don't, that's a good price for that side of the house. To
Okay,
paint the whole house, ceiling, walls, everything.
okay. So now the flooring, again, throughout the living room, whatever that means. And he says, remove and replace damaged vinyl flooring file. $1,825. Now, as someone who's in the business, so to speak, who does that kind of work, does that seem excessive to you?
Yes, considering it says remove and replace damaged vinyl flooring versus what Mr. Charles said, that they couldn't match the floor anymore. Apparently, in this repair note right here, he's got it in the quote to remove and replace damaged vinyl flooring, not remove and replace the whole floor. That quote is for approximately anywhere from 1,000 to 1,800 square foot, because the going rate is anywhere from $1 to $2 a square foot, depending on if you have to tear out and replace.
Okay, so if he, let's say, when Mr. Sheik said it, he was talking about the damage in the island area, correct?
In front of the island area next to the hole in the wall, instead of sheetrock that I did, so that was probably a 10 by 10 spot, it's 100 square feet. 100 square feet to replace flooring, you're looking at what, $1 to $2 a square foot, so $200.
So you're saying that instead of 1,825, it should have cost what?
But what I just drove, but what he's claiming that I just drove, there's no way it's $1,800. 100 square foot area. With,
Now let me ask you this. If you were fixing the flooring from how it was when y'all moved in, could it cost 1,825?
the basic, or to replace it?
Huh?
To fix the flooring, or to replace it?
Well, I mean, you said there was mold up on it and all of that stuff.
The
So,
floor needed to be torn out throughout the whole house.
okay, so to replace that flooring, how much would that cost?
About $1,800 throughout the whole house.
So that would if they replaced
Every-
all of the stuff that was already damaged.
And everything around it,
Okay,
that wasn't damaged.
so you believe that that's an estimate if you're ripping up all of the floor and starting over,
Yes, sir, that is correct.
as opposed to I'm fixing this area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, do you find it accurate to say that you couldn't match that particular flooring?
That's a commercial grade flooring. I don't believe that to be true. I think you can find that color and that particular type of flooring in almost any floor store.
Okay,
It's just gonna be brighter. It's not gonna be as dingy because it's not worn out. It's not 20 years old.
okay. And so let's go to the kitchen and plumbing. He said remove and replace kitchen faucet.
The plumbing fixture anywhere from, depends on how much you want to spend on a fixture. I say $100 for the fixture.
Okay, now in the defense exhibit, we saw under the cabinet that fixture area, correct?
Yes,
That was before y'all did anything.
yes.
So is it accurate to say that that particular plumbing area, that fixture area, whatever it was already messed up?
I think there was prior water damage underneath there. It could have created some mold issue as well. The wood is rotted in most of the cabinets. So yeah, it's prior damage.
Okay. And so let's go to miscellaneous cleaning, whatever that is. Make house suitable for living. Should that have been spelled out, what exactly this
I
person?
can't see that part on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where it says miscellaneous cleaning and general repairs. 569. Is that something that should have been spelled out?
Yes. Make house suitable for living. What does that entail? What is he trying to say? Because if this guy's already done the paint, the flooring, the drywall repair, I mean, this plumbing, he's got to clean the house anyway after he's done.
it's gotta be done when people make ready.
Okay,
So that should have been included with all the repairs and everything else that he's doing, because we've got to clean up his mess anyway.
now to be clear. You're admitting to the two doors,
Yes, sir.
damaging the two doors, not damaging, but taking them off the hinges.
Yes, sir.
You're admitting to breaking the window,
Yes, sir.
and did you topple the,
Yeah, the island that wasn't secured, yeah, I knocked it over.
okay. What about this thing about furniture?
I don't know anything about any furniture, just this thing about furniture, if there was furniture in that house that he claims was his before we were getting nothing of that was touched in the other room. All this happened in the main living area of the house. The stuff that I think he's talking about is where I had the drywall stored that I bought. And there may have been a couple furniture items up against the wall, but I think most of our stuff was still being stored in that room as well. And I didn't touch any of that.
Now, what about this notion of him buying your paint? Did you buy any paint?
From past contracting jobs, I told him that I had materials left over. I had excess materials and stuff from other jobs. And I had probably about 10 cans of paint that we had taken with us whenever we would get out there. And a lot of them were like just like a basic flat white through your ceiling, so we could go through and repaint the ceiling. And then I had a standard like eggshell pan color. I had like 3 cans of that. And I believe he did have, he may have had a 5-gallon bucket or two that, I can't remember the tenant's name that lived behind us. His wife's name is Jane. They were all the tenants of his that rented from him. And he brought I think a bucket or two of paint over, but neither one of those buckets that he claims are any of the paint that's on the floor. That's actually one of the gallons of white paint that I threw at the wall of the one.
Okay. So if we go down the line of what you think the damages should actually be, what is your assessment of reasonably what the damages should be?
To replace an interior door with material cost, it's interior door cheap one. Not even a 6-panel door. 6-panel door is $75 to $100 just for the door and the material. About $150 to $200 to do the install with the trim out and everything else. So
That's per door?
That's for an interior door. That's if he replaced the door and didn't reuse the old door. If you reuse the old door, it takes a matter of fixing the old screw holes with some wood glue and running the screws back in. Anybody can reuse an old door and rehang, just like the front door he did on the house,
Okay.
the one that I ripped off.
And so when you drove by, you saw that?
Yeah, I took a picture of it.
And
He rehauled the existing door that I took off, the one that was laying in the front yard. It rehung on that house.
okay. So altogether, just give me a figure altogether of what you think the restitution should be.
With a brand new door rehung on the interior, I'll say 250. To rehang the exterior door the way he did, I say 250. The hole in the wall will say 250. The windows usually really cheap fix. But I'll stay with the tint prepared and the window, I'll say 250. I'll round it up to $1,000. Because I am admitting guilt to these things. I know I'm guilty of it. I know I did it, but I know I didn't know $5,000 in damage.
Okay. So your assessment to the court is about $1,000.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Schmidt, you've been convicted before of theft, correct? In 2007 in Fort Bend County.
And what year is it now?
This year is 2023, I believe.
So that would make me how old, sir?
I don't know, how old?
That would make me a kid. I'm 37 now.
Okay. So how old were you when you were convicted of theft in Fort Bend County in 2007?
What does Fort Bend County have to do with this?
Can you answer the question of how old you were?
21 years old.
Okay. And how old were you then when you were convicted of DWI in Jackson County in 2018?
Back when?
2018 or so? So when you,
2018,
when was it?
2015.
Okay. What about the assault family violence conviction you picked up in 2015 to 2018? How old were you then? in Jackson County.
That's the same as 2015.
And then in 2019, the interference with 911 call that you were convicted of in Jackson County. How old were you then?
This all happened in 2015. These are all on the same date. So how are you going to change the year on me? What relevance do these questions have to this case?
How old were you when you were convicted of interference with a 911 call in Jackson County?
How old was I when I was convicted?
Yes, sir.
It's 2023 right now. It's been 8 years ago. I'm 37. I'm probably 30, 31 years old.
And when were you placed in jail for child support, non-payment?
Last past summer.
Now, when you said you put a hole in the sheetrock, how did you do that?
Threw a can of paint at the wall. I just said that.
And what happened to the can that had the paint in it?
The paint spilled on the floor that he's saying that I approved the damages on.
And was that the only can you threw at the
Yes,
sheetrock?
sir.
That was the only hole you said, you're telling this court you put in the sheetrock?
That is correct.
And the doors that you knocked off, explain to the court how you knocked those doors off.
I blacked out drunk. I really don't remember.
When you blacked out drunk, you don't remember what you did?
Obviously, I ripped the doors on.
So you possibly cannot remember how many holes you put in the sheetrock, is that
I
correct?
have pictures from days prior to the holes that are in the sheetrock, making sure.
And when you threw the paint buckets, you threw other paint buckets than the ones that put holes
No,
in
I
it,
did not.
correct?
Okay, okay.
And how did this, on State's Exhibit 1, how did the coffee table get outside?
I threw it outside, put the door.
And on State's Exhibit 2, as Mr. Schick said, if you look, you can tell that the handle and the faucet on the kitchen sink had been ripped out or pulled over and broke. Who did that?
I just admitted to that.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Schmidt, you can take your seat. Darby, anything else?
No further witnesses, Judge.
And any rebuttal?
No, sir.
Then I find the restitution that Mr. Schmidt owes in this case be $3,000. Right, so if you want to get the rest of that paperwork ready. And
We have a judgment. I think it's, I don't think it's.
give it to Darby the paperwork.
I'm gonna need to do this. I'm
Okay,
gonna be watching this.
yes, I'll print them out. Now, there were only 4 admitted.
I have 6, 5, and then that was it. That's all you admitted. That
Oh,
was
okay.
it. Just 5 and 6.
Your Honor, are we in recess? Gonna get off the Zoom?
Yes.
Or-
Yes, so if you want to.
I was just gonna tell Mr.
Mr.
Scheck,
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Scheck, can you hear me? I can't hear you, and I don't, maybe I got it. I'll call you later. Okay. Bye. Goodbye.
I don't know, when will you be having this to me? Come on.
Next week.